Alrighty. Looks like I got our checkup for today. Surprise, surprise. It's been a while since the last ever, well, streamed this game. I don't stream it as much, but I think I'm starting to get a bit of a groove with Mirror Dungeons, at least mostly doing it normal. Haven't done our hard mode yet, so that's going to be a bit of a different story. But I do need to catch up before the season is over, and I need to get Mercala before that gets wrapped up and locked away. So I might be going a little bit harder on the Mirror Dungeons this time around. Yeah, you may never know. Might be a good time in order to have a nice little chat. A nice little chat until then. But we do have something to go over, and that is the most recent Intervallo. Well, I do have the Christmas event on question mark territory because I don't know if it's gonna be available to do, but the only thing that we could actually do is just go over the cutscenes because the actual event is over. So I guess it'll be just watching the cutscenes afterwards until then. But as far as everything else is concerned, this may be the major focus until then. So let's get started, shall we? Also, I just probably the realization.
재단실의 미싱 소리에 퍼레이드 연습실의 땅을 림. 더는 두고 볼.
Is this voiced as well, or is it mostly? Oh, he's actually an event ID. So that's how they're gonna be doing double O's. It makes sense. So it does seem kind of lame that they're gonna be relegating a lot of double O's to well, then again, they've done it multiple times with the previous events too. Multi-crack Heathcliff. There was also Kurokuma Captain Gregor, and I think was it Don, or no? I think it was Don as a Blade lineage. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I think it was Don for to claim their bones. So it does line up then. It's just a shame we won't be seeing more of those in the pool, if anything, because I have a feeling that if the recent rarity changes weren't much of a thing, I had a feeling that in this Walpurgis, Heathcliff would have been a double O. But because they made him a triple O, a 3-star, they had to bump up his kit in order to actually make it worthwhile to roll for him. Because he's a pretty strong unit amidst the ammo stuff. Also, what's good, Denzel? How's it going? Yeah, so essentially they had to bump up his kit either way, so it's actually worth the money to roll for him and try to get him as early as possible before the event kind of blows over. So let me up the game volume a little bit. There we go. Unit rate is just changing. The unit rate changes are coming apparently. Oh, what are they going to be doing in Nikkei? What changes do they have in mind? First of all, is it mostly difficulty stuff or mostly quality of life? Different bonus units. Garter Blossom Star Faust. Lantern Yi Sang. Thorakalgia. Ryoshu. Problem is different. Instead of one day, you have to do all the tiers in one tier, and the last boss has infinite HP. Should be good for us because that might mean more rewards, and let's be real, we won't stop competing. Oh yeah, especially if they're whales too. I was just about to say, it looks like the whales' complaints elicited a response. Because the whales are definitely the ones that have like the much higher spec'd out Nikkeis anyway. Big guilds will tell you to end your run early. Yeah, because no merit in just letting it run for too long. Because I think the longer the fight goes, the more likely you're not gonna get much. If you have like some piecemeal units here and there. But if you have units that could actually do a crap ton of damage at the start and kind of fall off after a while midway, then you have every right to just kind of pull back and just pull up yet another unit that can do the same thing but just a bit more efficiently. So yeah, I can understand why they tell you to run your end your runs early, because you get the best benefit right out the gate. And accumulating bursts like a second run is also a bit of a risk. So it makes sense. All right, so let's get to it.
소재가 준비됐어?
This game related to yes, it is in the same universe as Lobotomy Corporation. In fact, the event that we're doing right now is gonna feel like deja vu for those that have already played Lobotomy Corporation, in a sense that the structure of the company that we're gonna be looking into, or gonna be having our sinners checked into. Are there any recurring characters? No. And in some way, yes. No in the main sense of the story, but yes as far as like fan service is concerned. Save for one that just is usually a I wouldn't say benign figure, but it's a very prevalent figure that has been consistent all throughout Project Moon. And then it goes by the name of Carmen, who is essentially the voice inside some people's heads that are beyond the point of mental stability to... All right, let me slow down a little bit. Carmen usually appears whenever someone is pretty much at their lowest mental point, and provides a bit of a push to make them transcend beyond a form that is beyond human comprehension, basically letting themselves go and become monsters. However, if the person actually can snap themselves back into a reasonable state of clarity, or reach some form of enlightenment, and pretty much cast aside Carmen's words, they develop their own power called ego, or external generated organ, which is basically like another power form manifested from the depths of their minds. But Carmen has been a consistent character throughout all forms of Project Moon media because of the kind of role that she plays as this ever prevailing figure.
이번 의뢰는 간단해. 그냥
But as far as like recurring characters from previous games, not so much.
뭐 좋네. 총알값도 아끼고.
Which is honestly a good thing because
온건한 일도 해야지.
it doesn't really force people to play the previous games, but it does reward people that are kind of familiar with the different works here and there. So any game is a good jumping on point, but if you want to like get a good solid grasp of like the overall lore, then there's no shame in just starting with either Lobotomy Corporation or Library of Ruina. Ruina more so because it gives you a lot more depth. It feels like requiring other games is a double-edged. Yeah, it is. It is. I think the only prerequisite that you want to kind of get yourself familiarized with Limbus Company in general is Leviathan. Because one of the characters that is a very crucial member of the group, Vergilius, there's a reason why he is here. There's also a reason why another character that's somewhat alluded to, Faust, plays another critical role too. But our story as Dante starts as normal. But Leviathan is the only thing that you probably need to read beforehand, just to get a good grasp of what is going on in the story from start to current. That's the only prerequisite I can recommend.
자, 직원 여러분, 모두 웃으며 여길 봐주세요. 오늘은 교육팀의 세피라인 저와 함께 적대기체 제압 훈련 비디오를 찍을 거예요.
다들 알다시피 워더링 하이츠의 치프 버틀러 넬리야. 자, 다들 기지개 한 번씩 펴주고 이제 가볼까?
무슨 말 해야 되지?
저번 라만차랜드 내레이션으로는 부족했던 겁니까? 이번에는 또 무슨 이상한 걸 시키시려고.
Alright, there we go.
이거 참 설레는구려.
And Leviathan is more of like a novel or a light novel of sorts. Well, more or less a novel. But it's a very short one. It starts off as a manga at first, but after a while just went into the direction of a novel after, I guess, some either some cost issues or some sort of disagreement. I forgot what the reason was. No. Just Leviathan will do. The other two games is just for the experience of like understanding the Project Moon universe. But as far as to understand this game, just Leviathan will do. Well, it starts off as a manga, but it just You know, let me kind of scale back a bit. As far as like if you want to get into like the Project Moon universe in general, yes, it's 3 games. Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Ruina, and Limbus Company. Each of them have their own kind of perspective. There's also some other side stories as well that follow different perspective as well. but still follows the same kind of universe, which is the city. So you have, as far as like side stories are concerned, we have Distortion Detective, Leviathan, and Wonder Lab, which is now unable to be read due to some unfortunate reasons. But if someone managed to get at all of it as much as possible and probably has access to it, it might be possible to actually read it, even though it's Distortion Detective. I mean, it pretty much is the namesake. It follows the adventures of Moses, who is currently investigating distortions around the city. And this is happening, I think, moments after the fall of Lobotomy Corporation, the main branch of Lobotomy Corporation. So some things aren't as readily available to everybody because it's still a new phenomenon, but she is able to like pinpoint like certain things that are happening, and she's followed along by her partner Ezra, who is a very huge aficionado for workshop stuff, which basically are gadgets, weapons, tools, and so on. And all of it is available to be read on post type. You probably need to get an account in order to read it, and probably disable or enable the mature audiences tag, because it's a lot behind that, so it's a bit difficult unless if you kind of navigate around. There may be some guys in order to read it, but it's possible. But I think I'm almost done with Distortion Detective personally, because of I have been kind of slacking. Currently on chapter 37. But needless to say, Project Moon definitely knows how to get themselves around when it comes to like multimedia works. This just seems to be as far as like Limbus Company is concerned, is more expansive, despite following its own kind of story. So if you are really interested in just peering into like the universe itself of Lobotomy Corporation, of Project Moon in general, there's plenty to go around. Plenty. And the main character of Distortion Detective is also pretty thick for a 50-year-old woman. She got the thigh gap of salt, pepper, hair to Let me just actually get to reading this. But I take it that you're sore from doing a workout, right? What did you do exactly? I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damn imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Oh wow. This sounds like me at the early part of playing this game. We're just clicking auto win, and all the targets are just pointing at the very stagger thing instead of just pointing at different targets. There's a decor and stretcher team added some leg stuff, some lights, stands, body squats, and some side altering lunges. Wow, that sounds like high impact stuff. Faust had attacked the entity first. The blame lies flat with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would. I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why have you listened to my orders? Not all will impact. Don't want to put pressure on my knees. There's a whole oh yeah. it might be a good time to just kind of like chill for a bit, since that might be, I guess the amount of work that you've done might be more than what you've been used to for the time being. So it's gonna start off painful at first, but I guess the more that you do is your body's gonna kind of catch up. Yeah. Boy, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was necessary to sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her Dodgy! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations if you're doing it wrong, but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. Also get back to doing 1,000 pounds leg presses. Yeah, I need to start pushing the envelope when it comes to doing leg day. I feel like I don't do enough in order to have that soreness just really kick in. But I guess it also helps that I'm also kind of easing myself in so I don't end up too sore. Like, I've been doing max weight calf raises too, but I do like mostly like 3 or so per set. If I try, the researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting that data. Do 20. Okay, probably need to up the reps for my case then. Yeah, it was good, Origin. How's it going? This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. He looks like always getting work, so you have to push them. True. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. Wait, how can he hear us? That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinner resolve this bind first. So they are actually woefully hopeless without us. Oh no! Envy? Okay, this is interesting. Pinpoint blitz. And let's do defense.
점 찍었네.
Oh boy. Mirror match. Oh my god. Remember how Monday I was dying and because it was... Yeah? What happened? Did it somehow get worse, or did you manage to tweak something? Let's see who we can match. Went to the beach again, and now I bring the souls without any kind of footwear. Without any kind of you just raw dog in the sand. You just raw dog in the sand. No flip flops or anything. Yeah, you're banned from the beach. You're banned.
대검 방어.
Stab.
합격장.
추잡하네.
And that's Honglu almost ground to dust. All right, in you go. Impact. All right, could have gone to one. All right, counter that with this. Oh, she's actually doing her ult. I might be able to mitigate it because of it being, yeah, I should be able to. I can't leave one alone.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Alright, that's one envy gone. Because I brought shoes and I was too late to put them on. They wanted me to do shit, and the sun was so hot that a mile 20-meter sprint from the short descent I'd set up was enough to completely incapacitate my ass. I see. Not enough resources. Not enough. Nope, forget that. So at least I hope you actually disinfected at least the blisters, right?
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Ooh, right on the money.
따뜻한
Ooh. Oh, that's... No, she's not gonna get staggered. 9 points of damage. Get fucked. Oh, but the tremor burst does actually make a difference. What a segue.
완성되었나?
네 피분수.
Come with the word that Sinduality is just okay. I had a feeling. I just had a feeling. Like it does seem interesting. Oh, the show. The show, yeah, that's agreeable.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 꿰뚫려라.
The game is freaking I had a feeling. Is it objectively trash or is it kusoge? That's a bigger question. Is it kusoge or is it actually fun but bad? Hey, it was good, Morbius. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful time. And just kind of chatting up with my Twitch side. So, hey, feel free to throw in some fine comments and jabs here or there. Maybe not jabs, but enjoy yourself. We're going through the LCB checkup. And what's this about trying to gain a new skin in Nikkei? Oh yeah, new skin. I mean, some people were already repping the Foot Clan pretty high when it came to Trony. Pirate made Mast, made Anchor. Anchor got a nice buff, so that's a good jump. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the early years of my career. Okay, it's fun, but a lot of stupid decisions around it feels odd or shoehorned. Basically, it's amazing potential trapped in Bandai. Oh, the classic. The classic. 20 sucks at a wet. Oh no! Oh no! They know exactly what they're doing. Shit knows exactly what they do when it comes to these costumes. But yeah, Bandai has a huge reputation of just doing dumb shit that just baffles the mind for even some of the more quality games too. I don't know what their philosophy is as far as like letting some games just try to let their reputation do the work in marketing, but that doesn't do wonders. And why certain decisions have been made for that game, Sinduality, is beyond me. Like, if they just took a look at what works for extraction shooters like Tarkov or anything else, they'll at least know the pitfalls of what not to do when it comes to adding system mechanics for quality of life reasons. Lo and behold, they don't do that. They don't do jack shit. That's why a bunch of Gundam games just start falling through the cracks every now and then because of Bandai's incompetence, because they think that the brand name is gonna carry weight. The story mission mode is offline, lets you fight it without any lag, and let the combat PvE shine. I feel like it's just a case of, when it came to Sin Duality, just on the concept alone, the concept alone of just having like an arms race between other people and fighting against like wild enemies, you think there would be some sort of nice meshing between the two. But no. Like, or here's a good question for you, Origin. How do the ogres actually function? Is there some responsiveness? Is it very clunky? How do they respond? How do they move? How do they shoot? What are like the main qualities that actually stand out when it comes to using the ogres? Thanks. Whew. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You'll maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the test. Next one on the docket is... I would have asked myself for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? The cradle coffins? It's a toaster. Yeah, this game sounds pretty nice. Some characters really do shine a lot. And if you do take a look at like the splash art of the identities and even some of the egos too, you could tell who is kind of favored the most as far as others are concerned, or who is more of the important ones, who gets the most amount of love. And certainly Altus. So coming to Sin skin looks like someone named Numi, as in wait, as in the VTuber Numi, right? Oh boy, I gotta see this. Hold up, let me see. I gotta see this. It's got a boost, got a sidestep, walks funny, can't fly, and a lot of the movement is based around your parts and interesting. So it's an armor core approach then. Oh, seeing the Jesus. Oh, this Trony skin is gonna. Holy shit! It is new. It really is freaking new me. It really is new me. Like, she doesn't have the horns, but it's more than enough. But that Trony skin is it is more than likely gonna generate a whole lot of revenue. If this is more of like a a gacha skin, I can imagine people just dumping a shit ton of money because of the extra details. The quote-unquote extra details. What the actual fuck? The battle pass skin? I'm pretty. It has to be. Personally, I love it. It's the right kind of clunky where you have to think more situation. Okay, so it's like maybe Gen 2, Gen 3 armor cores then, if that's the case. Especially with the ability to actually detach certain equipment. I think that might be Gen 3. Current pass Y skin ends soon, so like it be hers. Remember, you could first drops. Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Basically, combat and the experience in general is the definition of highest risk and highest reward. Bet it all, win big. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more than that. Sure, there was. Not that would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. All because Gregor wanted a vacation?
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
Look at her. Look.
아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Look. And the character that this identity is based on is just as stacked. Because the way that identities work, it practically borrows one-to-one the body type of the individual. But it's like everything else from the center is transposed onto that body. Some of the IDs that we have are of like people that we have not even encountered yet. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make it sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making those noises nowadays. That definitely does not sound human one bit. It's almost as if the metamorphosis is starting. Also like the fact that the extraction parts are always online makes it feel tense as fuck, especially because depending on how you want to play, the game can be completely different from what other people experience, so you're basically allowed to become a bad guy. Yeah, you can start invading people essentially. But I think that also marks you as like a different kind of faction, right? Huh? What do you mean? You can't. That's right. That's right. That right there is the creaking sound of time's ravages. Sink. Like the woman Doki Bird. Also find it funny that you don't know who Doki Bird is beforehand. That makes it even more hilarious. Yeah, I'm actually interested in hearing what happened. Because I think you mentioned something about how you ended up on her stream and got a t-shirt out of it in game. That right there is the creaking sound the times ravages sink. Oof. I know Donnie's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but it feels like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. Definitely don't feel as surprised as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu's flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's gotta be the oldest of us by now, by us a lot, right? Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. Yes, I even got time set by the community as Doki finds someone who actually knows how to play. I shouldn't be laughing too much. Just true and false, but I remember the beta. So in other words, you have enough experience to kind of pass off as someone that knows how to play, which is enough to say you do actually know how to play, or you know how to just kind of bullshit. Congratulations, Origin, you're famous. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozer through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone's so sensitive about their age. Yeah, half and half. Honglu, half and half. You never asked a lady about her age, but it's kind of apparent that Sancho, Don Quixote, is the oldest of the group because she is roughly 200 years old. It's kind of been established. And also it doesn't help the fact that Don Quixote has also been saying that, well, she calls Altus young because of the whole age gap. And Altus, I'm pretty sure if we are kind of putting things on regular human years, is probably the second, well, she is probably the oldest of the group of sinners. And she basically followed me around while I wanted to take down Bandicam until Kyo informed me in VC, hey kid, you might want to get out of there because she wants to take your legs. That's this not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designated seat you're putting your arse in. I'll whack you. So I liked it when she stopped looking and prevented my ass from becoming caught. Either way, you still became caught because you ran away. She was probably chasing you down too, right? Or did she just kind of stop after a while once you realized what you were doing? On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes you wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly, Don Quixote. I'm sure you can. Think. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I'm quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him. And... right? Now that's over with. Let's all shut up and keep the chin wax at minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyway, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? She just went, wait, where'd he go? My target! Wait, where'd he go? My target! Yeah, you were pretty much the star of, you were almost a star of a National Geographic episode, to put it bluntly. He's talking about Synduality. Synduality, Echo of Ada. It's a new extraction shooter game that's out now. The chat was in your favor. Wait, were you also streaming too, or was it mostly on Kyo's side? Because if someone actually does find your perspective, then that would actually be a nice little clip in itself. Just to see the kind of transposition of perspectives here and there. Oh, I forgot to let people know I'm Blue Sky. I'm also live. No, we're just going shooting the shit on VC alone. Testing my theory that I'm excited to say that I have forced this game to be multiplayer co-op. Hope that if they do a co-op in the Armored Core, if I'll do like V. It will be interesting to see how they do it. If Night Raven is to be concerned when it comes to Elden Ring, it'll be interesting to see how they're actually going to do co-op to some degree. That's usually like the benchmark, but we'll see how that kind of plays out either way. Because many people that have been doing co-op in like Souls games have mostly been doing it through modded means. The sniper bot. No. Because if we bring back the sniper boxes, that also means we have to bring back the puzzle tower again. And I don't think anybody's ready for the puzzle tower that we had to endure since the first game. Hell no. The one and only game. Or the swamp level. Oh, you mean that the gas tunnels, which actually had a shortcut, which I did not know about until like someone else did it recently. I think it was like a 4 speed run where someone just kind of messing around and just looking for different ways to get around. But that would save so much trouble, especially if you had like a low armor unit. The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried to do a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? Being played volleyball by the big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to the spa or something. Relax and get massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please? You still have expectations for our employers? Ironically, low armor suit is fine for that stage. Grab moonlight and your swing is easier to hit the small front. Aha! I recall that young Marceau had given thee quite the exquisite massage, had he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood, it was the philosophy of Marceau's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Regulus? Yes, I knew this day would eventually come. The day's here. Alright, see, these two characters that I mentioned, Denzel, these two are the three characters, in fact. But mostly two. Vergilius and Charon are the two characters you have to be familiar with as to why they're here. This is why Leviathan is pretty much a necessary read if you're going to try and understand anything that happens further in Limbus Company. These two. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Guardian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each center. What could it possibly be that it needs this much buildup? In other words, it's time for Limbus Company's dramatic gulping. Karen, you're too adorable. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from higher ups a while ago, requesting that we send the centers in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I have never personally experienced it myself, but it seems like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. By the way, Trony has critical story knowledge. Is it in regards to what happened in the Rappy story, or is there something else? I turned around getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Yes, I've read the Rappy Red Hood event. Especially when we got to the whole deep situation. Oh yeah, about that. Like, it's starting to piece the puzzle together as far as what Deep has told us about the situation regarding the Ark and the space lift. Yeah, that's why Trony kind of locked away herself in the room too. Because had the Ark figured out exactly what she knew, they would have to kill her. But because she didn't really say much about it, wiping her memory would have been the least of her worries. But that in turn also made her a practical shut-in, like you said. And everything that Ellie tried to do in order to get her out of there was a massive undertaking. Because Trony was holding on to probably the biggest secret that no one else ever knew ever since that incident happened when she was trying to do some maintenance. So it definitely caused a lot of conflicts of interest here and there, one way or another. Oh yeah, people on the YouTube side probably don't even know. Yeah, I've kind of bounced between different gotchas here and there, so me being multi-fandom in some situations is not normal in my case. While I may not keep up as actively for other games, I am very familiar. So it makes conversations like these very blitzing at times if you're unfamiliar with my channel or let alone my stream. Like I'm just getting into like a lot of the Kuro stuff like Punching Gray Raven and Wuthering Waves. So your head's gonna be spinning quite a lot, I can tell you that. I turn around and get ready to say, right, Ishmael? Oh no. Oh yeah, she's the one that has the most company knowledge about Limbus Company. Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Oh, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside of Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what this is. Coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rhodia. I did hear that some fixed offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. One of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale face of abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this book? It's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I think it's that bad. I think we used to have an annual health checkup back in school, too. What kind of checkups? You put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, where for do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. Anyway, before I go, I'll say something about Sindua anime. The things that led to the first melanin install is so fucked because the female lead is going through an existential... Because I think at that point where the quote-unquote melanin install happened, the Magus pretty much wakes up after an event happened with one of those aliens, and I think a natural event that happened. Yeah. Origin's not really kidding about when he's saying melanin install, because one of the supporting characters, along with the main character, actually turns black. And also has a bit of an attitude, which is a bit more, a bit more kind of fucked up. yeah. Just link him the clip. Link him the part of the episode, Origin. It may not make a lot of sense out of context, but it does exemplify something that needs to be said. And the conditions of when she does the melanin install is just even more hilarious. Yeah, she just turns into a completely different character in certain instances that when she comes out, it makes a lot of sense. Like, she is completely tired of whatever shit's been going on. Yeah, what soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so don't explain shit about why you need to know that, doesn't it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stingy chemicals just to see if someone's got lice on their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkers too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Alice confidently marched up to the front of the other students with a sort of grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. No, she's just looking to mog on people, isn't she? The true purpose of the checkup must be to elect the true authority among us. A true authority. By your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you're questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command the squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. It's like a cohesion is precisely why we failed to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain that willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Altus. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Sounds fell upon as Hongwu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you all a lot of one hell of a fight. I fancy you to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine. So that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The battle... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The Senate seemed to be under some serious misunderstanding about what regular checkup entailed. But Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. I guess it's the other Faust, the one that's actually a bit more curious and just wants to be a part of the ride. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of. Must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This isn't? Thou say it. This isn't, thou sayest? Yet my heart is faint prepared. Prithee allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where is the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are I supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie, I shan't board the warp trains again. Especially after what happened. Yeah. I mean, Cassetti got turned into soup after all, so let's forget that. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So, are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take the bloody train instead. At least I won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. She's so intent on this whole Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door is merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? You're doing everything with us the whole time? LCA Infiles established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A new wing? Are they looking to take over a Little Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W. Oh! Yeah, W Corp has not been catching a break at all. Ever since the whole Tamari incident, which is still ongoing because Tamari is still out and about. If you've read Leviathan, you would know. And if you've also played Library of Ruin, you'll also probably know how they got out. And also the murder on the W Express. Those are very significant incidents that have caused a lot of reputational damage for W Corp. So it's needless to say that W Corp is definitely up on the end of being uprooted because of their massive failures and controversies. That, and also how easy it is for unsavory things to happen on the train too. I mean, after all, the whole Tamari incident was caused because of two very unsavory individuals, the puppeteer Jae-hoon and Elena, a blood fiend, a kindred at that caused a whole lot of trouble. Lovetown. We never talk about Lovetown. Except when we do, it's hilarious. And horrifying. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. The story of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late. I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. Translation: we have too many rich people disappearing all at once, consistently. We're fucked. I see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works. And to allow such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war with the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Altis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, have fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such a violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to all that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful, Its mechanisms are similar to that of a back door, but eliminates the corridor, instead establishing direct connection from one door to another, a portal if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Still with difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or, in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between the There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Hooray! Hooray! Bisection is certainly an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart from our coming to the headquarters. Well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tell me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large yet unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way onto this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior is mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines. And on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from P Corp. In the process of developing this vehicle was indispensable. So P Corp's looking to take the place of W Corp then, considering their involvement. So P Corp is actually Portal. Wait, that means in cohorts with young Sarah, are you? Why day. Much of that inspires a regale here with the tales of the contract's glorious completion of mine, heroism and bravery. It is quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us sights of Limbus Company headquarters, thy tit had been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you are yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we'll not cover that subject here. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon by frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that for if you're gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp singularity can be summarized by our following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Sarah has told you something about how the principle of P Corp's singularity is not like how Machalan works? Right. Well, Magellan was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's... how I should put this. Isn't it a bit too mundane for a city tech of P Corp to call space manipulation its own unique thing? That's quite the intelligent question. Compliments. Oh, nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that the technology to expand a given space is commonly deployed technology by the other wings as well. An example of such invention making use of this space expansion technology but isn't a P-Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. The shelter on March 23rd. Because realistically, it is the safest place in the world. It just does not exist on a plane where that world is corresponding to what's going on the outside. Which is why whenever someone enters that shelter, all hell breaks loose. Because it is the safest place in the world, but everything else is unsafe. And even some of the boxes in the shelter have like P-Corp logos too. It's all contained space. But it's also a causality as well. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what, its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expansive the P-Corp project is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering it in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle is utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect the interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? This is pretty much taken from her knowledge of having the Deviant identities. Hence why she mentions the dimensional trunks, because that's what they use in order to carry their stuff. Heck, even when it comes to fixers using certain equipment, pocket dimensions are a thing too in order to carry weapons. Which is why it's much easier for someone like Roland or even some higher grade fixers to carry stuff discreetly. Sync? Why are you freezing up all of a sudden? Oh, what was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school? Here's how it goes. So a Deviant Association employee makes a delivery to a house and it looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look at the story that kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story's just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, that story inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmare was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to Hana and Deviant Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that warp train technology employed by Deviant Corp shares a degree of similitude. Ah! The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension. The difference there being they are packaged in a safe manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however. How did this company plan to move this instrument? As I expect that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in nets across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant Deviant Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. Interesting. So it's like work point. It's like transportation points. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It's still astronomically expensive to install and operate. Regulus gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Trusting us with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering us so? Energies, now linked, are routing toward that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside it just like it was another door. Well, let's follow inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside the odd sensation I've been feeling for time to time. This is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we get to probably stride in through HQ's front gate one day. LCE, or extraction. This is basically their lobotomy corporation. But utilizing the eco-technology that we have access to and employing the same kind of measures with different philosophies, it's a bit of a new kind of approach for an old concept. We're not on a mission to save the world, if anything, but rather to do a very dirty job that no one else is willing to do. Isn't that right, Hohenheim? Oh yeah, I also have Feltboat too.
화점에 두지.
Alright, let's feed you some experience. But we'll get back to you eventually.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Right, are we waiting for something to happen, or are we just suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, Chief Researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the Chief Researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the Chief Researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains the role is because of Yisang and I have been excluded from research personnel files due to our status as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue research after all. Ah, so you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I'm in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times here to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd. Their clothes are... Ah yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Melissa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gear scavenged from former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to the gear, enough differences are present to distinguish them. I mean, for starters, they actually look pretty recent and fresh. Unlike the gear that the Technology Liberation Association or Technology Liberation Alliance actually got their hands on. It may have been gear that has been extracted and put onto themselves, but the mental wear and tear that it does is quite present. Especially when it came to someone like not Dong Baik. Hong Baik. When it came to her, I'm pretty sure, and it was exemplified in that Sunshower Ego Heathcliff, the amount of depression that comes from wearing that ego gear is immense. Like a non-stop downpour in your brain is just going non-stop. It's unceasing. And you just feel never-ending dread. Now imagine that put onto the reins of someone that is trying to lead a liberation. They have to have some sort of focal point in order to make sure that they do not lose sight of what they're going for in the midst of that depression. Otherwise, they're just gonna lose their shit and just corrode. Which is possible. Because ego gears, if unconcentrated, can lead to such catastrophic results of people just losing their shit and just start killing each other. Hence why the Clyphot deterrence was a thing to prevent such incidents like that from happening. But you can only do so much. So I'm pretty sure there is something that is similar to Clyphot deterrence in LCE, which is keeping them from just kind of losing their shit too. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add. While the news of production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company's style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sending abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions a bit Catula too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Faust closely observes the gear, the ego gear that Hohenheim was wearing, like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in its finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable, and but appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, it did it. I did it. Like I always do. You did it. Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? Are you used to it? Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back on the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover. Regrettably, given that this is the first regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Falsos does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, you just pressed something. Emergency situations. Hey, have you seen Kevin in the Woods? Congratulations, you're now part of it. The walls of the laboratory started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Regulus, and Charon. What the hell? It's just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in the case of surprise attacks. So, ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand? Regulus? You look ambitious. You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't letting in on this either. I wasn't. For your information. Just go with the flow, Dante. So it goes will be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Karen and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once it's over. Karen wants cake too. Oh hey! We got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Vergilius and Charon away into the nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done.
엎드리도록.
All right, next up. Actually, no. Pale! I shall impale!
추잡하네.
Denied. Actually, no. Chance. Power counter.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I'll grind you to dust. Goodbye, little matchstick.
된다. 서울을
꿰뚫려라. 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를
Oh, I
승부를
smell blood in the water. Who is the unfortunate one that's gonna be first?
고귀하게 따뜻한
흉터의 결과요.
이쁘네 네 피분수.
너희의 무기로 이 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
육청.
추잡하네.
너희의 무기로 이
Alright,
혈투를
hard blood
승리로
again.
된다면 사활을 건다.
따뜻한 엎드리도록
네 편해. 네
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌 가족.
And done deal. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pikachu and NVIDIA. Ah, Manager Esquire. Hi ho! I've attained the score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a concept of knowledge. I must delve further in my studies. Yeah, you sang, bud. They were testing our fixed association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing that you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes, how strong they look. What the hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are, Miss Soul? We're finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. Make it fun and get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then, what were all those tests you guys are running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data on that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalize on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it's very productive. You know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us. Oh, that explains her anxious look. I guess whatever company that she was a part of before that had these checkups, or I guess whatever stories that she was told probably at her time at U-Corp, probably got her a little traumatized. Because the moment that she heard checkups initially, she froze. So that means she has gone through some shit before. But damn, Merso is tall. The Yisang is... Oh, Danya's actually pretty short too. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they're giving us. Right, I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? I don't see property, so you better return as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can y'all take a look at my wrist before we actually get started? I'm feeling a little bit of soreness there, but Dante will turn the clock from just me, you know. Turning off the clock for such trivialities may cause such because of formation of an unfaithful habit. Perhaps Marcel can remedy your... I'm always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If I think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground now, please. But my heels are on the ground. Fie. And can you snuff your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. And what about bold, but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had established prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got 2 of them already. Right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There's much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. I'd like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. But just suddenly raised your hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's not my vibes, you know. I'll take a research job, though I'm a big fan of her style. Richard trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I'd like to refuse your nomination. The position of assistant to Hohenheim implies that said assistants, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person that they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting these 2 smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school. A diligent model student who has assiduously facilitated the task of the class president and that's why everyone getting so anxious to get picked here. You fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in front of and center of things just bothers me, you know. I kind of feel like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-eyed sinner. Ishmael almost threw me into the ground. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you may be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You have nothing to worry about as long as I'm by your side. Also, I can add this to my experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit transfer requests to working at headquarters. Didn't know you were holding onto that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the center I chose. Oh, hold on. It's appropriate. Oh, she got herbed hard. She got herbed so bad. Like she was ready to just She was ready to just line up to the Kiss My Ass Club just to get up to Limbus Company headquarters, but no. 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 Oh boy. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absentmindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, what? Why am I here? Why'd you pick someone like... It's a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher the level of education and the more the elaborate their resume, the better the candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for a friend here, I must say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead? Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, you sang. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must readily excuse themselves to the realm of memories of past. He sang reply with a particularly downcast look. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so... what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You'll need to liberally express your free spirit just as you are now. Now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly in a voice that only I could hear. No, he's got plans. He's got plans. But that moment actually got me pretty good. That actually got me pretty good. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the tests with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Oh, he's got the power trip going. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are a basic apparatus of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up the glasses help put out an air of studious, alert individual. Like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem all that I'm contemplating on the more profound aspects of... You get it. You get it. This is why glasses are extremely versatile. We could go into the whole Fubuki thing all we want. It is... My eyesight is fucked. But I'm glad to have glasses instead of contacts because at least I can look cool in pushing them up and also look smart doing so. Glasses are extremely versatile. Very, very versatile. Boy, let's not make this any harder than it's got to be, lass. It's not really sick in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. I mean, can you just do what I say for once? Oh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we're not ready to conduct the test yet. It seems we're now ready to conduct the test. Finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current ability scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see. So they're trying to see how much they progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that throughout the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Yeah, because you turn coats like you change your clothes every moment of the day. You're just in the bootlicking clothes at the moment. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes, but not of your own. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I've learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as though I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I've come to accept certain things as they are. Oh, I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? It sounds like he's found enlightenment. Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Do you know how many ladies and gentlemen might actually be marking out the very comment that you just made, Sinclair? But then again, being able to cleave an Inquisitor in full armor in two with a halberd is nothing to sneeze at. Even if it was powered by adrenaline and rage. That is still a feat in itself. Oh. Look, I think I'm getting calluses in my palms. Well, don't really have to try and prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's not an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right, I feel like Boss Machine has got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally? Defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the... yes, to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. I take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're really not that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sync. Is the sound of your senses of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it! You bloody Excuse me! I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bows? Wait, does it have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into the contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of the golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly, evenly, and equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something as akin to clever deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So, the truth is finally revealed. That is why Autis grew pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. I thought implying that thou hast always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I would have wiped the floor of you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murder song's been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have to be anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor? Oi, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to this level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. And not all the golden bow's effects have been of detriment to us. Isang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning to a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the golden bow impaled by the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at full strength, it's likely that we may still have been trapped inside a stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. So in a way, I can kind of see where this is going. The golden bows pretty much render everything to an equal playing field to someone who is the weakest of the bunch. It's equality in its rawest form. In a way, it kind of functions similar to, like Hohenheim said, like Clive out deterrence, where the stronger the resonance of the golden bow, the more that we're able to be on that equal playing field, even if someone's potential is a lot stronger than us. Case in point, the pallid whale and also Don Quixote of La Mancha. If he did not have the golden bow stuck into him, we would have all been turned into freaking paste by now. We would have all been done, dusted, everything under the sun. Had he not had the golden bow impaled into him. I guess it could also go back to Heathcliff too, because we didn't know if he was at full power too once he was standing right by the golden bow. But a lot of things are happening in the moment that probably alluded to the fact that if we were facing him at full strength, if he had full access to the wild hunt, it would have been a completely different fight altogether. Even trying to subdue him that one time that Marceau did probably wouldn't have worked. But it's all because of the golden bow and how much we had a strong resonance to it that we were able to do so with no problem, even though we did lose it. So the golden bows do kind of level the playing field for the series to actually do their thing. And thankfully so, because in some situations, if we did not have that equalizing effect, the sinners would never have been able to take them down. The great pallid whale would have never been taken down, would have been vulnerable enough in order to have its heart skewered by the harpoon that Ishmael conjured up. There's a lot of things that are really being explained at this very moment. It gives a lot of credence to what kind of power these bows hold. Heck, this might be the control light that Ayin has been actually working towards. How they materialize is still a mystery, though. Why there's 12 of them, there's also another mystery. But why does N-Corp need them above all else is the one thing we're really gonna need to butt heads with them on the most. That makes sense. I guess I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only strong as Sync. It's a really handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains it. Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at Tico Factory. Heh, don't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Oh, if your strengths have indeed progressed since onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. Well, the purpose of the test is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the Bacatula, the distortion phenomenon. Huh? That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter. Now, get in there! Meaningless wrath. Oh boy, this is gonna suck.
의뢰가 들어 말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠. 오늘은 얼마나 찢을까?
Yeah, this is gonna suck. Let's see. First one on the block is Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight, unless if you were looking at 7. Right, you in there. Inside, now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Honlu and Sinclair. Hello? 1, 2, testing. I'm coming through. As you must be well aware by now, the Bacatula entities have failed to even distort. It seems like we'll be fighting the Bacatula again? Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me the whole time since I arrived. Are these tests basically us killing people for no reason? They're all safe and contained, which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oh, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's the holdup now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission. And do you believe that taking a life is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, to be made finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closer to colleagues? Dante says 3 colleagues. Hong was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up three his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues, prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. Why the people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy. Life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Limbus Company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact that if I would suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something up to your benefit. Am I correct? your memories, your head, and your past. There must be much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually this? Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello. I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who write above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall I begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Picatula projected onto the glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, savor that when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Picatula. As far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Picatula you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least. Wherefore did this utter a little muttering of "so far at least" at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Oh, it's simple. Researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Picatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Picatula to be covered today is Picatula Irae, the red Picatulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there's nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you angry or upset, Honglu. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for a spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff and Miss Outs is bullying me, or expressing my anger that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally stop Heathcliff. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. Okay, so far we haven't been dealing with anything too beefy yet. Nechichi.
좋아. 귀찮게 끌지 말지.
Okay, what's this? Oh. I don't need to go too ham.
이리로 와. 귀찮게 빨리
Target flayed.
가죠. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라.
Alright, now we get to the beefier ones. this one should be stagger. Not even close. Alright, let's crank that down just a bit.
불길 속으로.
Oh no.
질리게 버리겠어.
Get out of here.
오물을 떼어내주지. 다 죽어라.
Our target zeroed.
불길 속으로. 좋아. 이리로 와. 다 죽어라.
Oh, now it's this thing. Oh yeah, he's gone.
불길 속으로. 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Yep, there we go.
읽혔었나요?
Bullies can start cutting loose now.
또한 산재물이 되어라. 좋아.
Hit him again and again and again.
또한 산재물이 되어라. 또한 산재물이 되어라.
And again.
또한 산재물이 되어라. 불길 속으로.
Alright, we're beyond stagger.
다 죽어라.
Hey, way to go, Sinclair. Good to know that you still dish out damage like a M1 Abrams,
이 정도면
despite the leveling difference.
그녀에게도 인정받겠어.
Directionless sloth. Though I probably do need to oh, let's actually look. I could always come back to it eventually.
급등 주문이군요.
화점에 두지.
원하신다면
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Oh, let's discuss Pecaculum pigiditiae. Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They're directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They're trapped in the current lot in existence until someone comes along and rolls them away. Truly, there's no better symbol for a sloth than them. It is effective to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Kind of living with these two is making me real self-conscious of a sudden. I'm just lazy, incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population will be deemed incompetent. I'll admit, I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging on into dangerous poses. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let's provide assistance. Alright, breaking stones. Let me take care of some of these real quick. All right.
된다면 사활을 건다.
관찰을
That's one. And kept these others.
된다면 사활을 건다.
영원히 잠들어라.
And heal up.
필은
뼈를 깎는다. 뼈를 깎는다.
And that leaves you.
된다면 사활을 건다.
얻을 정보는 없군요.
Next wave. Actually, let me hold on to that just a little bit longer so I can build up more poise.
죄인인가?
관찰을 끝났습니다.
Dig in.
해야 할 고통.
깔끔하게.
This one should be in range. But no. This is Project Moon. Though I'm pretty sure there has been like some especially when it comes to like Library of Ruina, there is some relation to like how it plays similar to Darkest Dungeon, or maybe Slay the Spire would be a bit more of an apt comparison, as someone kind of mentioned. What's good, Ross? How's it going? How you doing? Let's go for this one.
죄인인가?
Not quite, but this should be stagger.
베어내고
This should be death,
부서지는
or
홍채가
at least close to it.
영원히 잠겨.
된다면 사활을 건다.
관찰을 끝났습니다. 더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
Managing at least trying as I can, hoping for some rabbit. Could be on Twitter sooner or later. Whoa, this is new. Yeah, this is relatively new. Look, we only saw the Wrath evolution at stage 3 at the at like Kanto 6, but this is the newest mutation I've seen so far for Pregritia. Of course, we gotta treat this with a little bit more respect. Because we don't know how this thing functions. Then I have a lot of multi-targeting attacks too.
죄인인가?
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Whoa. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out something slick.
죄인인가?
육참.
Yeah, we don't have any piercing attacks, so we're gonna have to really fight it out. We're really gonna have to fight it out. Also neutral. But do I have anything that would? Yeah, we do.
깔끔하게.
Oh, but that protection is not gonna do us any wonders either because
저택을 안내해
no, it is actually resistant to all sorts of attacks. Yeah, this is gonna be a long fight.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
We just have to be generally stronger. Alrighty. And do make yourself comfortable. Gather stones.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
There we go.
육참. 골단.
And we got victory.
된다면
더
사월을
이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
Oh boy. I'm not looking forward to facing any more of those on the field, especially the mass of them.
임무는 성공적이었군요. 다음 카페 근무가 있어서 먼저 실례하죠.
Sinking on purpose. Oh wait, there's actually a special test. Within the term limit, clear encounter with all allies at least 50% HP. Oh, so these are completely different EX missions. Before it was just like time limit stuff. Now it's just really how fast can you kill them before anything else.
현장 지휘자가 필요한가?
피를 머금을 시간이네.
At least with these three, I could actually be a bit more well equipped. Next up, delay, gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute. What's this? After flipping through a few more pages, the head looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are you really going to do the song and dance for each and every one of these Pikachu? Why don't we lump them all together like how you paired up us sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such basic suggestions. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of the proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pikachu one by one, given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields more accurate results. So he suggested the margin of error grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a small margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? What the hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, just come on. This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.6 greater % margin of error, right? Indeed. It is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pikachu morositatis, gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths now. However, the deeper one sinks, the harder it does become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility. Such is gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they may actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm here only because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the test. Huh, me too? Perfect timing. I'm getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Alright then, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, now we just need to pop these bubbles.
직접 나서지.
속에서
추잡하네.
I probably should have gone with 7 Heathcliff, if anything.
직접 나서지.
비명을 질러라.
But not that it's gonna make much of a difference either.
직접 놓아주마.
이번에 네 피분수.
쓰러졌고.
All right. Rest well and take it easy, Ross. I'm sure whatever you're going through is gonna blow by pretty easy, but it'll take some time. But I hope everything does go well and everything goes peacefully if you're in some strife.
고귀하게.
Oh no.
예측대로.
Alright, that's a winner right there.
직접 나서지.
Alright, time to run a most devious lick. I'm taking you to Detroit!
속에서
고귀하게 불편해. 네 피분수.
Whoa, that looks interesting. At one stack, inflict damage equal to this unit's current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die reduced by. Okay, we are on a race against time.
고귀하게. 예측대로.
Oh, that's interesting. This one's also stacked up against. So it's a damage check either way. Now let's hit it with some paralysis so it could actually be brought down to size.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다. 놔둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주세요.
Oh no. Alright, that should give us enough time, but it's not going to be enough.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
승리를 위해서라면. 심장은 체질이 아니야.
Ugh.
무슨 꼬락서리가 상관없다.
Somehow I had a feeling that was gonna happen.
워더링 하이츠. 이 소리는
At least 3 of them can actually use.
피를 먹을
Yeah, at least 3 of them can actually apply rupture. Feels like a whole puzzle fight too, or at least a race to see how much damage you can do before things go south.
직접 나서지. 예측대로군. 빈틈투성이로군.
네 피분수 추잡하네.
Alright, 2 turns remain.
너냐? 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
고귀하게.
There we go.
너냐?
Almost there, but not quite.
예측대로군.
휘청거리긴.
Alright, the petals are scattering. Now these could be dispatched rather easily.
직접 나서지.
Stagger. Alright, 1 turn remains.
고귀하게.
쓰러졌군.
Good.
추잡하네. 네 피분수
Now we just need to paralyze you.
포기하게.
I just need to get your attack up. There we go. Now this makes matters easier. Oh, now it's more evasive. But it shouldn't matter not. As long as you keep it paralyzed, that's probably for the best.
너냐?
예측대로.
Alright, this should be it.
포기하게. 지겹군. 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠느냐.
Yes!
추잡하네.
There we go. Much, much better. Oh, that could have ended terribly though.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게.
Directional sloth.
제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Defeat the Pikachu within term limit. What is the term limit though? It just goes to show how much,
화점해두지.
원하신다면
how far behind my sinners are too. And we can always go back to them another time. I do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter with each identity.
지정 보호 주인 놈 뜻에 따라 중 목표 위치로 돌격 중.
It's time, baby, it's time. Oh, that wasn't too much trouble. Next up is you two. Get in there. With Yoshu? Let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now what's your problem this time, Yoshu? Your dull harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch the Blood Fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me. That's quite the pickle. Boy, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You're the man, let's go. I'll admit my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be. I'll admit I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I don't think I'll hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. As I thought I've been clear enough on this, switching teams ain't a thing. But Catchum Superbiae. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in this world. Wheels, symbols of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit of... Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its balanced pride, rolls on in search of the perfect circle. Something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends nor the grass it tramples on its path. Isn't that just confidence? Not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. So someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxuriae, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Catchum Luxuriae, lust is not exactly what I'd say is on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes. An obsession to spread a fragment of what forms a self. A desire to propagate. To breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned, and there never is any dead air. I met Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut it and get in there. All right. Alright, now we got to grease the wheels so we don't get greased. We'll start with the strongest gambits first.
전투응대에 나선다. 내 방어를
방어를.
There we go.
전투응대에 나선다.
Oh no, you don't.
민감을 준비하고.
That's a break.
전투응대에 나선다.
Alright, stance is up. That should give us a bit more extra oomph with our strikes.
대검 방어.
Boom.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 대검 방어.
To build a bit more poise.
전투응대에 꿈을 꾸러 가는 민감을 준비하고.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Now for stage 2.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Ooh. You're decisive.
민감을 준비하고.
And you can keep your governments to yourself.
최선의 방어를.
That's a break. Deal with you. Eviscerate that.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
That's a good thing I can pull aggro this way.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요. 최선의 방어를. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
Look at you go.
쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 인명 피해 없음.
Yeah, we got an X skill.
완벽한데요?
Stinging.
퍼지면 당분간 귀하신 분들의 영지 보호
Let's add another box to our mix. And we also have enough in order to get him.
아, 그대. 잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나? 그리고 온 김에 이 실험 결과 정리를 도와주게. 끝내기 전까지는 돌아갈 수 없으니 도망은 포기하시고.
Lantern. Each unit that defeats the Pikachu has taken their shape once. The heck does that mean?
소재.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Verily, now it is time for young Yiseng and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form of Pikachu Invidiae. I assume that we all have first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Does static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subjected to both static shock and envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I'll comprehend thine explanations. I see. To explain in a plainer example, Miss Don Quixote. You have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. And imagine that you were part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed. I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were able to receive your autograph. Alack, for woe. Fate played such cruel jests on my pitiful soul. Now do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours ere the chance was robbed. Well, it would be quite the jealousy burning within my heart. A painful tingling sensation in my... Oh. You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onward to the new adventure. And I shall follow. Oh, that's what they meant. Whoa, why the speed difference though?
점 찍었네.
꽤 뚫려라.
Hey, Necro, what's up? How you doing, buddy? How you holding up? Ooh, we got stagger. Oh no. You also got down with the sickness too. Yeah, I've been kind of fighting this off for about a week or so, so I understand the struggle.
점 찍었네. 이제야 완성되었나? 이제야 완성되었나?
Oh, hey, this is interesting. Oh, drinking? Ah, I see, I see. What's the drink of choice then? Oh, we definitely do not need to let Rip Space rip. Lay bourbon. That sounds pretty fancy. And how many drinks in?
완성되었나?
And now you're having it neat or on the rocks? Forgive me if I'm gonna be acting a bit hoity-toity with that. But sometimes I also want to know how people enjoy their liquor.
점 찍었네.
꿰뚫려라.
나쁘지는 않았구려. 붓을 몇 번 더 놀릴 기회만 있었어도 좋았을 것 같지만.
Oh, okay, now I see what the each unit did. So either Blade Lineage or W Corp. Yeah, I'll go back to this eventually. I know I'm gonna have to go back to upgrading my W Corp ID to max. That'll probably make things a lot easier on myself. The price of curiosity.
그러든가.
Let's switch to Blade Lineage since we're dealing with something of a slash variety.
화점에 두지.
주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
급행 중.
사우
현장 지휘자가 필요한가?
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Ironic that we have her in Sancho already. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final test. Please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Ah, apologies, Miss Don Quixote, I ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon which I have gone. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. What? How? I remember trying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah, yet twere quite hideous access. Sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequence of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Or whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than my eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collected, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. Heard all kinds of horrible stuff happening on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, Potato. I was already quite aware of the core of the individual may as well lie in a pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shalt treat a person such like some useless shell. What if we slip the shoes off and again really quickly? Oh no. Oh no. This is the one thing that has led me down this entire rabbit hole of unfortunately being part of the Foot Clan. The imagination station has set sail. The imagination station has set sail, and I'm afraid that this has further taken me down a road that I never wish I wanted to be in the first place, but here we are. I might cure you just looking up at the sky, just wondering what kind of decisions I've made in my life that led to this point. Lo and behold, it all started as a joke. Everything all started. I think, yeah, Necro, I think you mentioned something like this in like a previous video, or a video that I remember a while back. Everything usually starts off as a joke. Usually against other people or at some other's expense. So I usually make fun of a lot of people for liking feet, right? Yeah. And let's just get to it. The standards here at the LCA department depend on precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all measuring work is a hollow shell. A hollow shell. We have indulged in predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. Yeah, it is a bad idea, Gregor. It is a very bad idea to try and slip the shoes on and off. In other words, you're risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. It would be funny. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well, I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record it as such in my journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? And for your information, the research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we'll have possession of a full record of your playing cards for at least 10 years. Outcome NA. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. Oh, everybody's just throwing gasoline on the fire. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote and a core still without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. And he wants to go down like a rock star. And rock stars and researchers are never a good combination. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisang will be on the ready to slip the shoes right back on your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me, with such excessive anticipation and all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. Oh, the mental image. This 7-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I have made a very terrible mistake The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train at La Mancha land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was just a disguise? And now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it would affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred is like. Yeah, having an entire group getting fisted by a second kindred is never fun. Fisted aggressively, I might add. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our heart. Oh, no. The bloodlust. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They are all the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the Bluffing's instincts given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserves to drink, I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. But I can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay for now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to say the combined thirst and the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Did you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So are you going to sit here and do nothing? And this is a matter of getting her shoes back on? Alright, you're saying, shoes. Get the shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, in complete emaciation. What? You acted on knowing this would happen? Yeah, luxury cigs. The ones have a good taste, probably better than menthols. I wouldn't know about the taste of cigarettes because I never smoked before, but I'm pretty sure someone has a keen taste bud for fine cigarettes. And if you are into like fine cigarettes, you might as well be smoking a cigar instead because those are much higher quality. I should know because I know somebody that knows how to make cigars, hand rolled. I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't seen how hard the last hits. You haven't even felt how hard she hits. Well, they used to be panicking now. If the outcome doesn't align with the predictions, the first course of action will be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Round 2 of the major fisting.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는
And she
친구는
still has to
말씀
help.
나누세요. 물론 회사 카드로.
And her moveset is probably much more different than before, too. We are here at this again. Are yearning for blood, offense level. It just rounds out. Actually. End of the adventure. This is gonna hurt like hell either way.
깔끔하게. 관찰은 끝났습니다.
And she starts right off the bat at
우리 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
Sweet Jesus.
아이씨, 좀 피하면서 하라니까. 야, 저거 정신
Oh, we don't clash that yet.
앞에서 시선 좀 끌어줘야겠어.
But if we don't do that, we are gonna be in deep shit.
너냐?
개체들이 더 유리한 상황에 놓여 있습니다. 그리고 저는 당신에게
Yeah, this is already fucked.
관리자를 기대하고
This is
있죠.
already fucked. Yeah, it seems like a facing of a much worse version of Sancho.
어쩌면 잘된 일일지도 모르겠어.
Such as the price of curiosity.
누군가 퍼레이드를 끝내줬으면 했으니까. 잠시.
Let's see.
의뢰가 들어왔나요?
Pierce does seem to work.
지정 보호 구역의 소요 사태 확인.
주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
We do need someone in order to kind of pull the heat away.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Somewhat.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면
Okay.
능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
Not a good idea. Who was it aimed towards? Oh, yep.
점 찍었네.
Yeah, that didn't really do much.
최선의 방어를. 오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면
Yes, that's why Ishmael's probably the crux of how I can actually survive this whole situation. Probably. But this ain't looking good either.
이리로 와.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 뚫어냈네. 그러니까 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
이 모든 상황에 제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면
Alright.
좋겠어요, 바이제님.
Absolute pain.
저는 좋은 세피라잖아요.
전투응대 나간다.
개체들이 더 유리한 상황에 놓여 있습니다. 그리고 저는 당신에게 역대 최고의 관리자를 기대하고 있죠.
Oh boy. Gluttony, lust, and wrath. And our offensive walls are already pretty cranked too. And the fucked up part is that she just starts right out of the gate with a high sanity too. So we're gonna have to figure some big brain plan out in order to just make sure we just don't have a hole in our chest. But that's a big ask. Yeah. That's checkmate right there.
네? 해결사가 되면 오히려 사람을 더 죽이는데 제약이 생긴다고요? 속은 거군요.
Wait, hold up. Let me see. .2 times weak. Yeah, level 85. Just to bring the point home. Oh yeah, actually that is a good point. Let's see what Ricardo's... Yeah, this level's hidden. It's still mask is hidden. Maybe let me see. What about Kim? No, can't pick it up from here. Because the store to Kim is probably a different situation. Let's see then.
사울
급행 주문이군요.
현장 지휘자가 필요한가?
Sancho's level 85. Vergilius is level 90. Yeah, at least gives some sort of challenge one way or another. It's just the fact that Sancho is just... Sancho's just a bit more of a bulldozer than Ricardo ever is.
현장에서 직접 뵙죠.
Such is the price of curiosity. It's now our problem.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지
A
않게
strat?
도와줄게.
Yeah, let's see. I'll probably ask Signal Flare after probably a few tries here and there. I feel like it gets bumped up against. Wait. Not much of a good idea. Maybe if I could sneak off a good paralysis first.
위험인물 발견.
Never mind. I think the minus skill 3 offense. Yeah, pretty much the offense are off. Which is probably the saving grace of this fight.
뭐야 파이팅이다.
Thanks, Heathcliff. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, plus 11 class power. At some point, I really do not want to imagine what that could be like. Probably a late game, though. That's probably late into the game's lifespan. We might be seeing such a thing like that.
직접 나서지.
Oh, stuck it in.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 기술기로 다시 해볼래? 시간을 남기면
Alright,
다른 직원에게도
we avoided a terrible situation.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
합격장.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게 구성하면 좀 더
Let's get
버틸
rid
수
of
있을
those.
고귀하게.
He's just bleeding like crazy.
아직도 철수를 안 했다고? 빨리 무기부터 버리고.
아니 무기는 아껴야지.
함부로 버리는 거 아니야.
너냐?
최선의 방어를.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도
Oh, the ass beating continue.
밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
And there she goes.
아이, 이러다 다 죽겠네. 뭐 시계 대가리도 있으니까 겁먹지 말고 일단 밀어붙여 보지.
Second of those ways, so tune was being used so no. I don't think I would ever make that kind of mistake. And everybody's also gonna be pretty much dead from blood loss anyway, so I might as well just accept fate the way that it is.
깔끔하게.
Yep.
끝나는 걸까? 이미 정해진 이야기를 따라 이치에 맞게 사로잡히시길.
오, 머리 좋다 상태. 방금 완전 좋았어.
이상한데.
너희 괜찮은 거야? 피가 줄줄 흐르는데?
Okay. Alright. I guess it's gonna be signal 4 times. So what was the strategy that you had in mind? Because at some point I may have to come back and just start looking up some identities too.
제 실수 때문에 츠바이의 명예가 땅에 떨어져.
Yeah. Or if anything, part of it would be a good idea. Just see if I can apply it properly. If not, then that's probably a good sign to just see if I can work things out. She shows 50 bleed potency, 1 Oh. Oh. How many other units do I have to actually can capitalize on actually adding bleed?
의뢰가 들어왔나요? 소재가
That means I'm always gonna get him up too. Shit. I do have Barber, but she's not up yet. Okay, that. Oh. Hey, whoever that was, thank you. Thank you. I think I might be on YouTube side, so. I might as well bring someone that could actually do some sinking damage. Just to maybe lower her sanity to a degree.
이 소리는
Having some bleed on hand does help. Having someone that can also pull aggro can help too. He also takes... Yeah, let me do something real quick. I'm gonna practice some ingenuity checks.
괜찮은 산책이었다.
성공적인 비즈니스였지. 몇몇
정화는 끝났나?
어줍잖은 결과에 들뜨지 말도록.
조금 불안했는데 무사히
So
끝나게
I should
돼서
have enough in order to level up Priest. There we go. Yeah, even though he's been kind of been treated like the redheaded stepchild for the moment, it's good that he's getting some love. As Lim's going good, we have reached the La Mancha wall again. But we're doing pretty good. We're just strategizing. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's get you.
퍼레이드의 준비는 끝났나? 의상은, 무대 장식은. 아, 물렁이 빠진 것들.
Did I have backups before? No. I kind of figured that if I did have backups, I'm probably gonna have to make some form of amends one way or another in order to just try to catch up. But if it's pretty much a lost cause, I kind of just forego doing that. Okay. We can do some more excavations. There's a good question at the back. Ah, okay.
자, 이제 항해의 끝이 얼마
마지막까지 잘 갚아줬군. 오늘 전
성공적인 비즈니스였지. 몇몇은 손님. 자, 이제 항해의 끝이 얼마 남지 않았네. 좀 더 나아가 보세.
Okay, add it up. More.
마지막까지 잘.
Nope, 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 nope.
버려진 것들을 위해서.
Got there's an HP captain. Oh, okay, okay, so it's just like Ricardo's fight too. It's just like Ricardo's fight, where we have to hit like a certain point of health before the fight ends. All right, so I guess let's see. I can worry about the uptide level 4s later.
원하신다.
지정 보호 구역에 주인놈 뜻 급행 주문이군요. 현장에서 직접 뵙죠.
Multiple coupon blasts. Every second is just every moment is just survive, survive, survive. If you can clash high enough or you can bind or paralyze, you're in the clear.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저거 다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
Okay, let's see. Deal 10% more damage for every 3 hard blood. Inflict 10 bleed. Like for all intents and purposes, I should just avoid that attack, but no.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
I'm actually glad that it's always aiming at her.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
So I gotta see if there's anyone that could actually knock that down a peg. Nope. Nope. Well, I could try, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work or not.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
합격장.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린
심지어
말까지
발견.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
와서 할 수
All
있는
the
건
blood,
다
all the
했어.
blood.
저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
A very small piecemeal donation.
점 찍었네. 제 행동이 인기있었나요? 이제
계약이 끝나버린 버틀러가 보이네.
도록 달릴
그동안
시간이다.
수고 많았어. 비록 주인님은 모르시겠지만 나는 네 희생을 기억할게.
Okay, let's see. Don't have much. That's Pierce, so that's not a good idea.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Giddy up!
풍과 함께 사라져라.
It's just a squirrel. They're fighting.
무불사위.
상담이 정해진 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 어려워.
Oh no. Oh, she barely survived that.
이 모든 상황
Hey, we did.
제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면 좋겠어요, 관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요. 저는
I just wish we had a much
지원이
better.
필요하다고요?
Oh no, she's not bleeding out. That's good.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
기대해라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
해.
이 모든 상황에 제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면
That's
좋겠어요,
neutral.
관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요.
Struggling. But all
저는
that.
스피라잖아요.
Dominate. Yeah, that might not be a good idea.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Oh boy. Oh, the blood.
승리를 위해서라면.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
Get that weak shit out of here.
까딱하면 지겠는걸. 단테, 좀 좋은 생각 없어?
Not enough speed. And all eyes are pointing at a metric ton pummeling that Ishmael's gonna get.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
이 파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 오직 나. 깨어져라.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
Oh boy.
최선의 방어를.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 이대로면 죄다 고기 조각이
Hey,
되어버리겠는걸.
is this gonna be over anytime soon?
수가 없나?
감염 꾀매끈이 떨어졌나?
No bleed. Yeah, I'm gonna be surprised if it actually do survive this whole ordeal. Though she's gonna bite it. There's a good chance he will. Ishmael, I believe. To an extent.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸우고도 눈에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
Nope.
빨리 지원 요청.
Nope.
끝나는 걸까?
옛날에도 이럴 때가 자주
달릴
있었지.
시간이다.
죄가 피떡이 되어가지고.
Oh, now we're at to the hardwood style.
도망가는 건 모양 빠지지 않냐?
Yeah, people also like a challenge, which also borderlines on some semblance of insanity. They always want a legendary fight, one way or another.
전투 응대에 나선다.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니. 그야말로 이상적.
가면은 쉬운 채로 죽여.
옛날에도 이럴
Alright,
때가
that's
자주
10.
있었지. 죄다 피떡이 되어가지고 죽을란 말란. 그래도 도망가는 건 모양 빠지잖냐?
You know what? I'm not gonna take the chance.
깔끔하게.
There we go. Yep, there we go. I must. Has to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It is. No, my lady. You need be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. I survived. It was turn 10. It was turn 10. I finally made it. I will not place this blame on this. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third. Well then, I hadn't had much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this is certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. Don Quixote? What happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire? My memories are fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how that. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognize some of them. And some of voices I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I was ever since then. Alright, now this is probably Sancho talking, because she's talking much more formally rather than how she usually does. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It's only natural, because I'm a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke hold of my sanity. I broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred. Not as Don Quixote, a sinner, and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault. It's... No. Such words are now meaningless. She looked down at a pair of shoes, the strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something into his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to the real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower will be enough to withstand the surge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events has demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? Oh no, it seemed like he was in it to only sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknown was, we were able to fill with much new information. Certainly, analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirsty experience first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchegan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events of La Mancha Land. But you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative reports explain that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. That it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint, but the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate. To bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of the desires now focus onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to Sandy was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind perseveres these very abstract values in physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity of which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. still quite unstable. Yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts. Or any kind of effort, really. Because I've never had much use of it for myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath and turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained her usual, softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see the Rocinante. My shoes are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's where you're gonna prove. That's when you're and that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she left out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating and the ticking-talking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I can't help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Yeah, having a hole cave through our chest. Again.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick, so, hey, if you got some time, talk amongst yourselves, get familiar with each other, make yourself comfortable and right at home. After such a fight like that, I'm definitely gonna need a bit of rest. Or at least, relief. So, don't be a stranger, y'all. Hey, I'm back. I got trapped in Narnia, but hey, Slan, what's up? How you doing? How you holding up? I got myself another helping of soup, and I'm here to go through the rest of this little intervallo. But hey, nice having you around. And no worries. And usually people kind of are either caught in the moment or kind of forget, but that's life. That's life. The best part about these gacha games is that I could play with one hand so I could just eat soup or eat whatever I can. Totally not anything indecent, I can assure you. Even with games like Nikkei. Having one free hand to do whatever multitasking you can do is also a nice little helping hand. It helps. Not Narnia. Yeah, especially Narnia. Because if someone has been trapped or AFK for a long period of time, it is safe to assume that they've been stuck in there. They just had a very wrong turn to whatever kind of task they had to do, and lo and behold, the moment they come back, it almost seems like they went through an adventure. Well, now that that's over and done with, I'd like the sinners to come and gather around here. Owenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Uh-huh. And what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. You've all gotta know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners. In case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. Well, if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself. There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which of them would be at the apex of the scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has a desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. As negative expressions of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line that you're standing signifies that very order you were so curious to know. Do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn to still convey that we are all the more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Isang. Isang? I'll place trust in the faint in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings that I have. He sang, it's the other way around. Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the center wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? You sang? Well, 'tis quite a bashful occasion. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest center was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael. Yeah, Aldous has a... Yeah. Having Don Quixote take command is not a good idea. Unless it was Sancho at the helm, yeah, that'll be a different story since she's a bit more level-headed, but... There's no way Sancho's gonna come out either way. Unless there's a moment of clarity. Or rather, a moment of lucidity that actually is much longer than after Rocinante comes off her feet. Altus mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. It is oft the case that such side characters enjoy greater popularity since time immemorial. That is true. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of that list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that clearly lost all interest in the discussion. After getting Herb the last time of not being chosen for an assistant to this, I'm safe to say that Ishmael is pretty much defeated. Absolutely defeated. Ah, you're the center with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in this list or scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I say you carry a certain potential. That potential doesn't mean that I could be also first place if all goes well. It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let's not query this. Let's not query how or your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy who'd placed last. Yeah, Ishmael and Heathcliff definitely seem like average fixers, probably like grade 8 or so. It's just that their occupations, well, for then, were probably more serviceable, if anything. Sinclair is also, it also kind of makes sense because he was pretty much roped into combat rather than actually being trained in combat. But those with more combat experience or have actually experience with much higher exposure to danger. Like Don Quixote is pretty much self-explanatory because of La Mancha Land incident. But Altis also makes sense since she has military experience, more in commanding roles rather than foot soldier. But I have reason to believe that her experience comes from being ex-Ujat, which probably explains the little moment that happened between her and Moses. Even if it was like a moment in passing, it still has a bit of a significant detail. You should explore. Yeah, exactly. She has more foot travel too, which makes her all the more of an interesting character to keep an eye on, because who knows how many roles she took in order to survive those environments. And the bootlooking is pretty much just a cover to see exactly how much information she could glean in the possibilities that anything does happen. Marcel makes sense because he's ex-N Corp. Faust, probably because of Gesellcraft. Hong Lu definitely has a lot of learned experience from whatever the hell his family's been teaching him or giving him or whatever the fuck they've been doing to him. But something about the eye does also kind of draw some curious questions too, which probably makes him relatively immune to like psychic attacks or anything that might fall under the category of hypnotic suggestion. Or sanity draining too, considering M Corp does have some interesting properties when it comes to their singularity. So that does bode quite some interesting developments here and there, especially with this Kanto coming up too. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written us were a great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must be all well aware of, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities are creations of former L Corp, our classification had to be lifted from their whole system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but the destructive capabilities were not part of the criteria despite the correlation. That's why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that a priority would be the measure of energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we would be very worried people who drone on in the intro. Thus, it became very necessary for us to reorganize the distortions risk levels and classification codes. Oh, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. we gotta do research into distortions in order to solve them better. Elementary shite. Hohenheim's really gotten you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to LCD's on-site investigation reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility they once had in the distortion phase. So far, we have not run into that quite yet. Like, as far as like Limbus Company is concerned, we haven't run into anything like that. But I guess the closest thing to it would be the crying children. But even then, crying children was kind of reined in and Phil regained some human form, but was still distorted either way. I mean, how else was he able to get roped in by Argalia of all people? It still has that staying power, but it's gonna take a lot of emotional and mental duress in order to make someone turn into an abnormality outright from distortion phase. It's like the stages of a butterfly. The caterpillar is basically the distortion phase. Or actually, that might not be a good comparison. So distortion is like that time ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too if left untouched. If you're referring to subject HE7PL20-1, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Because the particular subject isn't contained here, I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over their entity, to the point where they even refused to sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE something is the new classification code format? Indeed. Because it's difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigretia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Picatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that the Picatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon and its byproducts. The affinities can be transferred one to one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying something that risk levels were determined based on the enkepalon production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put in a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical power scale. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper possesses very little threat against sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. Yeah, they just rip the time out of the person. It probably makes the most sense within T-Corp, but outside of T-Corp it's just going to be a bit of an interesting situation where they'll just get turned into mincemeat. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of a 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note this is not a perfect system and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage skills will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else? Other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses? Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? What, when you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it possesses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It's scattered throughout the city, yet, just like the golden bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small, and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they've become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than others. Now we are ready at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. That's not going to be good. If it's anything like what happened at Taiyang Produce in Distortion Detective, it's not going to be pretty. I mean, that's the first encounter of the monolith that Moses actually ran into, if I remember correctly. And she barely survived. She and Ezra barely survived. Because whatever came out of that monolith with the 6 arms was definitely not an easy customer to just take out. It didn't revert into an egg either, so that it was definitely a distortion. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for possession of these artifacts. Hey, hello there, Kyo. How's it going? How you doing? How you feeling? Welcome to the stream. I am Otsdarva, your engineer from Endless Frontier. We are currently doing some Limbus Company, going through the Intervallo 7.5. And let me see what you were doing, by the way. Let me give you a nice shout out, Kyo. You're doing some interesting model. Oh, so what are we building? Yeah, right now I'm just kind of doing a bit of quote-unquote voice acting. Just to kind of pass the time, considering that this chapter doesn't have any active voice acting yet. Maybe there might come a point where Project Moon might there will come a point. I can say might because they're gonna be going back to like the previous intervallos too. That they're gonna be going back and giving some voice acting to some. So we may actually get a proper announcement, proper announcer voice for Hohenheim, since he does show up from time to time. I do show that the potential danger monoliths give, but Foss does give a fair point that there's still plenty more other tech that does the same. True. And if anything, we've only seen what the monolith does uncontained. But if we do see contained evidence of what the monolith can do in a controlled environment, I guess there is a chance for us to be able to use it properly. I mean, if anything is a concern, the reason why Hubert was so interested in obtaining the monolith was quite an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind. That's something to really consider. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned to a city threat level? Is she how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. I wonder why. You walking Greek tragedy, you. Let's see. From Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. I mean, it does kind of make sense for them to be Urban Nightmare. So, let me remember correctly from Library of Ruina. The enemies that we fought against in Urban Nightmare were Index Proselytites, maybe Molar Office, and She Section 2. Yeah. Get a circus, crying children, W Corp and the puppets. Yeah, so essentially we're just dealing with the lower rung of those. Yeah, smiling faces too. Those guys are just still unsettling no matter how much you kind of shake them. The mask does not do any wonders, and the fact that the actual cannibals too does not help. District 23 is a very scary place. You have to be tough as nails like Kali in order to actually survive it. Otherwise you get eaten. Literally. But yeah, the sentence being Urban Nightmare does make sense. Even with the ability to manifest egos like what they can do now, it still is limited to the fact that they could probably or more than likely would go out of control. And if you take out Dante, that just kind of nips things in the bud. So take him out, or take them out, and you pretty much have everybody just falling apart. Even if they do go out of control with their egos. All it takes is just one color fixer to just kind of run them through. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your vital powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and very obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the matches, just like we were talking about. Like, let's put it into perspective. Just like what happened with the Full Stop office. All it takes is just one sharp shot, one sharpshooter to just catch someone unawares, and that's it for Dante. They're done. It's just that simple. Or the She Association too. Yeah, She Association is also pretty well known and pretty well established to be very, although haggard, very experienced assassins. If Shrene is one unfortunate victim of. The fact that they cut through a position where it only had to be a guessing game. Or maybe there was like some sort of agreed point of where Shrene was going to be killed either way. That's still very clean to also be able to conceal your presence and do that in the state that they're usually in. Yeah, if they were targeting us, we would have been long dead. They would even be considering the threat of the sinners. All that matters is just, if they find a target, you're good. Alright. Thanks for stopping by, Kyo. And rest easy and make sure the fish is back in the bowl properly. And pleasure, and appreciate having you bring your community along with with you too. It's always appreciated. I should do more of the same too. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. Yeah, let's also remember Ricardo, who just practically brute forced everyone, without even breaking a sweat. To the point where Faust had to suggest a self-destruct module in the back of their head. Yeah. Let's put that into perspective. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should a third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The fall of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulsions and fuss will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Because the moment that we do, we're on the eyes of the Hana Association. As much of Don Quixote's chagrin, we would much rather avoid that. Especially since the 3 that we fought against in Library of Ruin are still here. Wherever they are. I mean, even if there are anywhere else, Olivier or Harold or what's her face? I forgot her name. But those 3 are more, even the mooks are still like a problem. And those are like the best of the best fixers. And this is 3 other branches. We also have the Lu Association. We also have some of the other color fixers around too. Purple Tier is still running amok. And I'm pretty sure the moment that we do run into Purple Tier. Yeah, East, West, and North. Oh, right. Those regional branches. I forgot. And please, don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Alright, soup time. Alright, let me do a bit more excavation.
재미없었네요. 그다지 강한 놈들도 아니고.
처리했으니 장부에서 한 줄 그어도 되겠군요.
And at this point we can probably just forego
정화는 끝났나?
referring forward.
조잡한 일이었어.
Wanna see?
좀 더 재미난 건 없어?
Hey, perfect.
마지막까지 잘 갚아줬군. 오늘 저녁에 자랑할 거리가 늘었어.
All right, that's done deal. And you, I definitely need to get you fixed up. Bingo. Now I can go back.
슬퍼하고 있는 저를 위해 대신 울어줄 사람은 없겠죠.
Speaking of Philip, you can always go back. Well, not all of it. This is a good portion. I still do have plenty of these. I've always need to get more for Sinclair. I think I still have plenty of boxes. Oh, never mind. Scratch that.
권속을 만들지 않은 이유. 처음에는 혼자가 편해서, 그 다음엔
Oh, speaking of which. Ah, no, I haven't. I got a lot of busy work to do. Now, what's his passive? I also need to get her up to speed too. Alright, this should be good enough. That's plenty of pride.
제압을 준비합니다.
We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome adversity based on what you've learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypothesis has never been wrong most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Man, that monolith is actually big. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Oh, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright. But don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you will be willing participants to the experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we're willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. You could just probably imagine Dante just... without even... with no ability to kind of express it, just slowly turn their head to Aldous. Almost to signify that they're just staring daggers at him after saying that. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you've all entertained at least once. Well, one of them, your assistant, first and foremost, has actually distorted, so I'm pretty sure he doesn't need to say much of anything. Oh, I ain't curious. Ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like you're the assistant. It'll have adverse effects on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into Picatulum? You'd end up becoming a Picatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on our way for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It's indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transform me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Picatulum I would turn into. The only kind of dark humor you expect from a research facility, especially if it's involving human experimentation. Place your bets on what kind of monster I'm going to become. If I don't become something sexy, then you just put me out of my misery in the fire. If I breach, then I'll become the kind of thing that really Scott would have wet dreams of. Keep it on Goulet, Eben and Invidier, and her on Pigrichier. But how could you? Think about it like this. If I were to become a Picatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a Picatulum grieves me of any value to life. I say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like a too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I'd like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favors first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Picatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Picatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or this is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you are insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It's much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, you may dispose of me immediately, and employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside the coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. I, for the first time, am feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh. You've been paying attention to my lectures. Perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too. Going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have very high expectations that you would. I've recently come to the realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of fathoms, and you will progress to the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach this into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexus section. And once you made it that far, it's likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me. How is this Bamboo-Headed Kim was brought back as well? Now that's how Bamboo-Headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-Headed Kim? He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they're ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that even I, as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Picatulum. Indeed. And I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He said that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noise from me. Can you read this, Marcel? It'll be done as he commanded. Marcel nodded and began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Marcel uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking. We could still hear his voice echoing throughout the laboratory. I suppose I forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I need to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Ah, so he was ex-Lobotomy Corporation. Probably part of the welfare team, if anything. By the starting point of the dungeon of Fathoms, we found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of eco gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate and after the test, take only a single eco from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. As soon as all go take a look, enticed by the sign telling us what we can't. No, we can pick up the ego gears here, but what we'll find here are ego gifts. What? These aren't ego gears. These are gifts for something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it's highly advisable that its rules are followed. Take the cleaning solution. Oh yeah, that might be a illusory hunt. We don't have any rupture, we don't have anything fire, so let's go with this.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
Alrighty, let me soup up. What's going on with them? Good. It appears I can sense these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, restore this dungeon of fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. Yeah, the past few wall breakers that we've gone through involving Lobotomy Corporation. Seems like Meat Lantern gear too. You. Us. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible given that you're all in the junction of fathoms. Well then, do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested that place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library. Be able to have every book in existence. You used to work for Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy didn't seem to be an option here. The sons of people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. You know, it seems right that I actually brought some,
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해.
Well, they
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
방금 공격, 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
oh boy.
탈출 개체 확인.
Yeah, it's all meat lantern.
시계 돌리느라 고생 좀 하겠다, 야. 뭐 잘만 싸워보면 좀 덜 아프고.
Let's actually run a full team at least. The fact that they could just sap SP that aggressively doesn't bode well.
카니발 타임.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 더 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
탈출 개체 확인.
꿰뚫려라. 좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이제 간을 내볼 차례겠지. 지금이야말로 꿈밤을 보여줄 시간이네. 지난번처럼 제대로 잠들지 못하게 하면 안 돼. 숙면을 취할 수 있게 해주자고.
탈출 개체 확인.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
드리도록.
역전이라는 단어는 좋아하는 편이지.
역전 같은 소리 다 뒤질 뻔하다가 겨우 살아나갔는데 항상
마지막에 이겼으면 된 거야.
가족을 위해.
해야 할 고통.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 거야.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
탈출 개체 확인. 비로군. 쏟아내.
시간이 미래에
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 거야.
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져.
There we go. Oh lord, this is actually pretty long.
이런 건
Oh,
이발사나
I should have.
신부에게
Shit.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Alright, let's. So, how do you know this guy's actually distorted? That's not any different from his usual self. Sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but sounds like his own fathoms. But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We'll see through it with Dante's powers whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when the man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. Whether she breaks to be an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, huh? Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Oh, I was right on the money when I said he was probably working in the welfare division. That is definitely Hased. That is definitely Hased. I forgot what his name prior to this though was. Because I do remember him being a researcher before becoming a Sephiriah. Whichever the case is, I was planning to send to his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? Oh, wait. There's a training team? He was a elite researcher of the training team. Interesting. But he just was probably kind of tight with a control team. Training is H, or Hod's team. Malkuth is control. Yeah, my brain is fried. That I haven't been playing much of Lobotomy Corporation 2. I haven't really made it that far, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to reset at some point eventually. The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working out without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me. Some dude from the back street to work here. It was you that made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my... what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. The wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, the Lobotomy Corporation's primary criteria was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma are often favored by the company. And in a direct way, It was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings is knowledge, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I mean to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time all on my own. It's one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. I say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities then, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn boy he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living in a large nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here, and if I want to stick around in your circle. So I'm thinking here, that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in the most qualities and therefore unlikely to be moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action for deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was it that of thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new abnode that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage. I tell you, it reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits I've found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You let us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is whom they truly wish to hurt. It is I whom they wish to hurt.
요즘 고민거리는 없어? 혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
한시 방향.
Down you go.
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는지는 미처 몰랐군요.
에이, 저것들 너덜너덜하잖아. 일단 정신 못 차리는 놈 대가리부터 뭉개.
죄인인가?
Turn to dust.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
Get some health back.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 광일랩을 차리겠지.
승리로 이끌겠다.
타겟 포착. 한시 흉터의 결과요.
And done deal. It's finally here. The Department of the Year award. Indeed, I've finally done it. Some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to do to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit your intuitive and spontaneous side was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potential I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for running the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked ourselves up a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Lobotomy Corporation, for one. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I don't know what Miss Yuri told us. It's like crawling in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What's this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is this? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface here. But there's only one seat left. Saying the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding callous, I must inform you that the chances of survival in case of crisis such as this are usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survival will be decided by none other by rule of might. However, I am glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument as a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at an early age, whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth. Yes. And that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcorp branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the Fathoms begins to crumble. It's almost it appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come face me. The distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating a distortion at a fight, I think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Yeah, almost as if there's another catalyst being put into play. A very dangerous catalyst. And one particular being is licking their chops. They are licking their chops at this very moment.
이 검이 필요하오.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
Alright, let's see.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Hey, better swing!
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
헤헤헤.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
위험인물
Get
발견.
rid of the E-ray.
제압할게요.
적들이 저녁만 찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼
적응의 머리가
비틀거리고
좁아지지
있네.
않았을 텐데.
한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
효력사. 좋아.
이제 가면 되겠네.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Oh, no next wave? How disappointing. Oh, there's something interesting here.
피를 머금을 시간이네. 임무 시작.
Oh, here we go.
오늘 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 직접 밝혀주마.
최선의 방어를.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
주인님이 도착하기 전까지 끝내보자.
At least you don't have to worry about the threat of explosion. That's the most important thing here.
탈출 개체 확인.
Oh no.
모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
달릴
Oh,
시간이다.
we have
무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
고귀하게.
대검 방어.
Nope, back up.
직원 한 명이 많이 위태로워 보여요.
Dangerously
어서
close to
해보고
distorting.
좋을 텐데.
Heat away from that.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Anything to get Heathcliff out of that territory has been corroded.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
서도록 할까?
좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Okay, maybe a bump up might be necessary.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
We'll see how that plays out.
거둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
요즘
Oh boy,
고민거리는 없어?
that can't be good.
혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면
Yeah, that can't be good at all.
나와 상담해줘.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Still alive.
적합한 판단이었어?
덮어놓고 공격하는 것보단 적을 잘 관찰하는 게 중요하지.
아니, 아직은 너희가 잘 시간이 되진 않았어. 주인님이 잠에 들지도 않으셨는데 우리가 먼저 눈을 감아선 안 되잖아.
Bunny seems to be a good idea too.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 놔둘 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주세요.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투력도 익숙해지셨습니다.
오.
저는
안식은
그거요,
없다.
관리자님. 죽어가는 직원의 간절한 표정을요. 제 교육이 부족했던 걸까요?
This is the worst possible outcome.
탈출 개체 확인. 모든 결과들은
The worst possible outcome. And of course it has to be this giant mountain of a problem.
직원 중
Who
하나의
died?
생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
Well, not like it matters much anymore.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 모든 것을 더 눈에 떨어.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
What a shit show. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead of us? We will help with the best of our ability should you accept. Season proper enthusiasm. Yes, I like your attitude. Take this with you. It'll help you in your investigations. After hanging us together, the researchers walked up to the centers and began examining them. Once they were finished, the centers were all in tip-top shape again.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
Actually, no.
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
I mean, this fight shouldn't be too hard either. We arrived at the entrance of Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me or return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Owenheim? You. Do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. That's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard them from earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke. But thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be some things in this world worth working toward. I mean, you're talking to the guy that has distorted once before.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Yeah, he's actually moving to the rhythm of the music.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
Ability was subject of observation on all enemies. Gains poise potency. On turn 3 gets a new pattern. Use a powerful skill after turn 3 is over. Activate study plus poise. This unit does not take any HP damage during the preparation period before the anguish.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
Oh no.
해야 할 고통.
상태가 좋지 않은 직원이 보입니다. 높은 확률로 곧 치명상을 입을 수도 있겠군요. 관리자님의 냉철한 판단력이 필요할 때입니다.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게.
I broke his shield.
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은 윤이 정도로 잘 갈렸는지 다시 확인하고 복장은 구기원부터
Extinction
체크하고
sequence.
이제 대청소를 시작해볼까?
죄를 새겨주겠어.
아류탄초 경영일시 직결.
Well, please get mine, manager. This impression never seems to be smooth sailing. It's exactly as we've seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint. But why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that in the city such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. Like you said, this person's going well, but this feels wrong. It shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Running away. An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice not to run away, to deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice. Too pathological a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on. Which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. An issue arises, or in very rare cases, where I find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I've conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the sense of memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what I was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions.
아니, 아직은 너희가 잘 시간이 되진 않았어. 주인님이 잠에 들지도 않으셨는데 우리가 먼저 눈을 감아선 안 되잖아.
1000%.
벤단 사월을
꽤 뚫려라.
주인님이 도착하기 전까지 끝내보자. 벽난로에
It's
불도
gonna keep
지피고
getting worse and worse, isn't it?
맞이할 준비를 해야 하니까.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
최선의 방어를.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이
나도
우수하다는 것이
그렇게는 안 했을
증명되는
것
것 같아.
같은데.
다행이군요.
단테, 왜 피곤해?
사실 이런 보모 교실은
Alright, here we go again.
세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
Nope, doesn't do much. Oh no, you don't, you motherfucker.
전부 지져버리겠네. 만찬에 집중해.
It seems that there's something else you want. It seems that there is something else you'd like to tell me. Very well. You may go ahead and ask. Very well. You may go ahead and ask. I'm prepared to answer any of your questions. Another side to my story, is it? Indeed, indeed, that's quite feasible. You are correct. Another side is what often gets lost in the process of obsessing over various specious concepts like the fathoms of the heart. Fathoms and the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memory is narrow by nature. Even in the fathoms, the deepest part of one's heart where many believe lies, nothing the empirical, absolute truth. We're still capable of lying. Fascinating, isn't it? They call it metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I've shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, I have not shared my perspectives from my employees. But there is no way by which we may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious why that is? They're all buried in the ground, reaped even of their final words. Like if I understand, at least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. Though there was nothing to call a human face remaining in this distorted form. I think I caught a glimpse of the loneliness from Hohenheim's expression.
개체들이 더 유리한 상황에 놓여 있습니다. 그리고 저는 당신에게 역대 최고의 관리자를 기대하고 있죠.
Is it looking too hot? Oh, we may try to find a way to just persevere.
탈출 개체 확인.
육청
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
모든 결과들은
오.
이 모든 상황에 제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면 좋겠어요, 관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요. 저는 좋은 세필하잖아요.
죄인인가?
아류탄초 경혈 육시 느껴라.
이 모든 상황에 제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면 좋겠어요, 관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요. 저는 좋은 세필하잖아요.
Then scratch it then.
탈출 개체 활용.
엎드리도록.
Alright.
항상 지켜보고 있었지. 대만차는
The greater refusal to die is strong.
머리 좋다, 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion. But you were incorrect. I've already done much contemplation regarding that matter. I've definitely concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance. I'm a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric content of strength survivor either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of all of us. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame the base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself.
It seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down, especially those last words. I can barely sense his usual air of confidence.
힘이 빠졌군. 저러다 뒤지는 거지 뭐.
의뢰 위약 수수료도 담터기 쓰고 말이야.
벤담 4월을 걸고
엎드리도록.
선물이라고 할 건 없고. 자, 이걸로 대신하지.
장애물을 찍어 누른다.
Alright, that gives us enough time in order to do our damage.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
마침표를! 우선 퇴각 후에 재정비를.
후방엔 적이 없어. 빠질 거면 빠르게 하는 게 좋겠네.
아니야, 가능해. 여기서 의외의 공격이 나와주면.
Although one time I don't need it to be flashing high.
타겟 포착 1시간.
남은
알지? 버틀러들은 힘들어도 그 티가 나선 안 돼. 언제나 고개 펴고 위풍당당하게 서 있는 거야.
Nah, I guess we might as well give up here. We took way too many critical losses and that didn't really help. I think maladaption might be the first thing to get rid of then his defense. Like, I'm tempted to just try the Fathoms again from the beginning, but not take the high road again. Because God, that actually was a bad idea.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
꿰뚫려라.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Alright, surgical observation. Gain 3 stacks, starting from turn 3 after. Gain 1 stack every time this unit takes or deals damage with an attack skill. This is doing Hohenheim. Take more damage from enemies, but also deal more enemies, but on hit. Okay, so there's an encouraged idea to keep attacking with those of the higher understanding.
탈출 개체 확인.
따뜻한
주인님이 도착하기 전까지 끝내보자. 벽난로에 불도 지피고 음식도 준비하고 맞이할 준비를 해야 하니까.
타깃 포착 1시 방향. 그 삶에 마침표를.
엎드리도록.
모든 하우스트가 알아.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
위험인물 발견. 그럼 제압할게.
다음 세상으로 넘어가려면
Okay, let's see if it cracks the surface.
여기구나.
Seemed that it did hit something. Confirmation bias. Did that.
직원 한 명이 많이 위태로워 보여요. 어서 회복이 된다면 좋을 텐데.
Then neutral, so paralysis kicks in.
탈출 개체 확인. 최선의 방어를.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어.
No.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
오, 적합한 판단이었어.
덮어놓고 공격하는 것보단 적을 잘 관찰하는 게 중요하지.
Yep, now that's helping us.
가족을 위해. 따뜻.
저러다 다 죽겠어.
지금보다 좁게
Alright, now we
구성하면
just
좀더
wail
버틸 수
away.
있을지.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
개체의 정보와는 상반되는 공격으로 인해 제압 소요 시간이 증가하였습니다. 정보를 통째로 외운다는 행위가 관리자님에게는 다소 어려운 작업인가 보군요.
Still not enough Nord to survive this attack.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Defense mechanism.
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
가족을 위해. 흐르는 피.
임무 시작.
Oh, he does it
패턴을
again.
파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
Yeah, I think you can risk it.
탈출 개체 확인.
엎드리도록.
실패.
육참. 헐떨.
최선의 방어를. 좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
아직도 철수를 안 했다고? 빨리 무기부터 버리고.
아니 무기는 아껴야지.
함부로 버리는 거 아니야.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게.
Alright, his shield's gone.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 단테, 많이 피곤해?
꿰뚫려라.
Almost there.
이 모든 상황에 제 탓이라고는 말씀하시지 않았으면 좋겠어요, 관리자님. 그러면 안 돼요. 저는 좋은 세트라잖아요.
I want to play this dangerous game, but it's not gonna work.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Wait, this actually might stagger too.
할건 없고. 자,
Hopefully it does.
대신하지.
Nope, it doesn't.
만찬에 집중해.
마침표를.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
된다면 사원을 건다.
내게서 더 이상 빼앗아가지 말아줘.
좋아. 알맞게 먼지 덩어리도 풀어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
가족들이 이걸 봤으면 다들 걱정했을 겁니다. 돌신이 하는 질색했을지도 모르지만요.
Can I not stop winning this clash with this attack, please?
내놓고 있도록. 육청.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 좋네요.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
앞으로 그런 우설픈
해봐라.
하십시오.
이 폭풍이 찾아낼 때까지.
채통을 지켜주시죠.
너희 괜찮은 거야? 피가 줄줄 흐르는데?
I just keep attacking directly. Just hope for the best.
전투응대에 나서라.
피로부터 피어오르는 아름다운 꽃이 깊거나 그리고 취하리라.
There we go. Mirror Dungeon makes this fight seem easier because you have so much other stuff stacked with you. The escape pods to the surface here. There's only one seat left. I think that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. The hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as you keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without... Now that everyone is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time.
Wrath is a hideous emotion. As though I did nothing at the entrance of the branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. Like a sense
The
of
dungeon of Fathom slowly beginning to close. I return safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in the games of numbers, but in the slimmest potentialities of the world. And continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting of a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in itself and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. And thus I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can't be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up the glasses in our generator. Even afterwards, the versatility of the glasses. So I know we're taking a step or two. The entire world around us seemed to transform, letting us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made that cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Regulus were waiting for us.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지.
Yeah, it might be easier to fight against Hohenheim in Mirror Dungeons than it is here. Let's see. Oh, we still have a bit more to go when it comes to these fights.
출발합니다.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Let's see if we can do this though.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
Nope, hold up. But there's also a bit of a bug where the Wave 2 Sync does not have his base ego up type 4 to up type 1. Interesting.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Oh no. Alright, no head-on fights. Let's see if we can actually switch it up a little bit.
내 검은 만족할 만큼 베어냈어. 그러니
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소! 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
There we go.
혈이 남자오. 혈이 흉터의 결과요.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
Flank. Plus.
흉터의 결과요. 죄를 새겨주겠어.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
But mine has a better charge.
자, 지금이 기회인 것 같소! 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어! 자, 다음은 어디요? 다음은 어디요?
There we go. Cleanup complete.
이게 바로 소위 말하는 엘리트? 나 승진시켜 주시오, 관리자 나리!
Alright, which one I'm missing next? Directionless Sloth. Nope, don't need to do that.
준비되었습니다.
화점에
원하신다면 오늘부터 당신을 유지할 수 있기를.
탈출 개체 확인. 개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Let's see how differently this goes.
또한 용서할 테니.
된다면 4월을
또한 영원히 잠들어라. 영원히 잠들어라.
대체가 약 8초 대체가 정리되었습니다.
된다면
More bloodletting that happens.
탈출 개체 확인.
Just dig in. And now we get into serious business.
죄인인가?
대체가 약화된 것 같습니다.
죄인인가? 영원히 잠들어라.
Right, there we go. Now for the mountain.
탈출 개체 확인.
피를
육천
해야 할 고통.
That's fine.
된다면 4월을 건너
죄인인가?
And the shield still prevails. That damn shield. And the worst part about it just gains protection too, so it just makes it even more of a slog to just fight.
된다면 4월을
Yeah, just keep doing that. It feels like I need to have some sort of comp to actually support this. To actually bypass all his defenses. That's what it seemed like to me. Otherwise I'm just gonna be getting nowhere and just being stuck fighting these things every now and then too.
탈출 개체 확인.
Yeah, I'm aware of offsets, but it just never really clicked to me. No, let me try that. At least with...
탈출 개체 확인.
If anything, I'm actually glad you kind of reminded me of Offset too. Because I usually think that nothing really much happens outside of like canceling out the certain effects.
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
But it does help against certain things that are usually unclashable either way. So as long as we can establish a proper and firm line of understanding, that's good.
된다면 4월을 건다.
I mean, there's a lot of things that do kind of fly over some people's heads too, even if they have played the game for quite some time. But we live, we learn, and we laugh on top of that.
탈출 개체 확인.
영원히 잠들어.
약화되는 것 같습니다.
된다면 사월을 건너 끝.
Right.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Let's throw in this.
탈출 개체 확인. 개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Alright. And let's get our health back for old time's sake.
탈출 개체 확인. 개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Blood from the stone.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
육적이 끝낸다.
Alright, now let's put this into practice.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Okay. Yep, now I'm starting to see the picture. So in a way, I kind of made the Hohenheim fight kind of unnecessarily difficult because of not offsetting a lot.
된다면 사월을 건다.
Yes.
육참. 홀딱.
There we go. But what do we claim if this thing does not have bones to begin with?
개인인가?
육청.
Break again. You have a lot of nerve still being alive. Giant mountain thing. You have a lot of nerve.
개인인가?
There we go. Yeah, but I definitely made the whole fight a lot harder than it needs to be because of not offsetting a lot. And it shows. I didn't get the X. But what is the term limit? They never mentioned what turn limit it is. Very high pride resistant. True. What IDs would actually work in this situation? Let me take a look. I can probably run with this. And for Marcel, I may actually have to do a little bit of work in order to get some. That is.
잠시 지금부터 결투의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 인터뷰는 그 후.
Yeah, done multi-crack fouls. I kind of missed out on that. Yeah, I still have a long way to go. But fortunately, I think I can grab some from the shop. But I think I've exhausted him much. So, hey, we did it. I thought we were gonna do the Christmas thing, but nah, we burned a lot of time on this anyway. So, I could probably do some off-screen or do some more grunting on my own time. But I really do want to redo that Hohenheim fight one more time off stream so I could actually get a good idea of what I messed up on, because of offsetting seems to save me a lot of trouble. Even if I am just gonna get blasted one way or another, I'm still finding a way to just... I'm relearning things, to say the least. So we got the dub either way. But thanks everybody for watching and sticking around and all that good stuff. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you guys, gals and pals, later on tonight, Sunday, with some more Elden Ring. So y'all be good, y'all take care, and if you're on the YouTube side, thanks for sticking around too. Hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna cut the feed on YouTube side and we'll begin our raid to another location. So if you're gonna be sticking around for that, please do stick around. But if you're tired or have some other stuff to take care of, please do not feel beholden to stick around too long or feel obligated to participate. We all have some important things to do in life after all. And more importantly, I'm gonna try and make a schedule for the week. So this I have to mention as well before I cut the YouTube feed off as well, that this last week of January will probably be the last week I'm going to be doing weekday streams of Elden Ring. So I may move on to moving to PGR or Wuthering Waves for the weekdays, and maybe something else for Saturday, and maybe something different on Sunday. But Elden Ring is still going to be a present thing on Sundays for sure. Just to let everybody know and keep people in the loop, just in case if anything kind of falls through. But now you're in the know, right? Alright, let's see who we can send y'all to, and we'll go from there, alright? We will keep in mind the rules of the raid. Rule number 1. You represent me by proxy, so be behavior.